Good morning, good morning. Almost afternoon. Not quite. Good morning. Testing, testing. All right. I'm going to continue working on the game dev program today. Let me jump back over to the game dev task. So the last time I recorded, we were working on creating kind of our first connection, making sure that it worked from the front to the back end using RPCs in Unity 3D, and then our back end's Java. We did get that to work. I did make a few updates to that. I was working and on some work calls, so I couldn't really stream, but I did make a few more updates to my code, mainly just cleaning it up a little bit, adding in a few validations and checks. So let's review that real quick. And then my plan for today is to just continue building out the different main object types for the game. So in our last video, I worked on the hero object for the game. I did do some work off camera for the item and got that started. But I have an entire list on the list here that I kind of want to start working through. So we have the monster objects. I already got the item. Dungeon, jobs, skills, buffs, events, the player, the storage object, and the party object. So we got quite a few objects to work through here. This is a lot of, I'd say a lot of back end generation, but at the same time, we need to think through all of these different objects and think through the fields and variables that need to be stored in each one. So a little bit of game design when it comes to that part, but then we'll work through getting all this stuff set up. And my plan is to at least get all the main methods set up, but I might build out some of that because a lot of that's just rinse and repeat over and over again as far as, let's say, creating a RPC call that goes from get monster or get hero. Those are going to be very similar. I'm just going to be building out methods that will transfer back and forth between the systems there. So probably what we'll do here is we'll build out the protos mainly, make sure that we have all the method calls that we need to make for each one, make sure we have at least a rough idea of what the data point should be for each one as well. We can always add to this later on, but I want to get like the base objects all created today for this. So let's jump into the Java here. We'll do a quick review of the hero because I think I made a couple of changes here. So one thing I changed, I added an import from this new item object that I created. And the main reason is in our hero object, we now have a list of items. That's what the repeated stands for in Proto. So we have a list of items, and these are the items that will be equipped by our characters or by our hero. So, and then I also built out these additional attributes. So hit points, magic points, and then I'm going to have these 6 base stats. And I kind of put off to the side here, just as I was building them, just my design ideas, what each stat's going to affect in the game. Just so if I come back to this, I can refresh myself real quick, at least what my initial thoughts were on how these would all work. And then the rest of this down here is probably very similar to what we had last time. I think I cleaned this up. I did some review of the proper way to set up proto files and the right formats and stuff. I initially had like a success or failure field in here, and then I also had like a message that could be sent if it was successful or if it failed. That's all kind of a part of the RPC protocol itself. There's status events that trigger on RPC calls. So they recommended it recommends not having that in your objects. Just have your main data in your objects and use the RPC protocol to track statuses and messaging and stuff like that. So I went ahead and did that. I took that stuff off of here. And because I took it off of here, what I did was look into how to set up a kind of an exception routine to capture and intercept any exceptions that occur on the RPC layer. So I did a little bit of research, looked through a few sites, and this was the setup that they recommended. So mainly what this does is I don't have to set up any information in my actual services, which is really nice. I can if it's something specific, and I think I have one in here. Yeah, there's one right here. Thanks, Effie. But so here's an example of a specific exception call if something goes wrong. So you can see we're setting the status, we're adding a description, and then it's throwing the exception for that. But overall, like if something in this get hero was to fail, it will actually intercept through that global exception interceptor and set that stuff all up. So that's nice that I don't have to deal with any of the generic exception types, and I just have to deal with these specific ones to the call. So for example, this one was very specific, or it's specific to what fields would be required to make an update to a hero. So we added that. I added all these different validations and such. So and let's see here. Just kind of looking to see what else. Some of these I'm gonna, yeah, because I left several of these in here as I was testing, but actually all these are going to get captured, I think. I think these three for sure. Yeah, I'll have to do a little more testing. I'm not going to delete that yet, but most of these bottom exceptions I was testing should be caught by my new global exception handler. I'm going to leave that in for now. And then I didn't even build this out yet, the item service. So that's another, but that'll be, I think what I'll do today instead of, or at least initially here today, because like I said, a lot of this is going to be very similar between all the different object types. We're going to have gets, we're going to have updates, we're going to have deletes, which I don't even know if I have the delete on here yet. I have a create here. But let's build out some of these proto files first. Try and interconnect them all as they should. So if we look at the new item one I created, I did all this when I was off camera too. So let me go through this real quick. The items right now, the way I have it set up, it's going to have just kind of, this is basic stuff here. So all the items in the game will have like a base item, and that's what these top stats are. Excuse me. We'll have the level of the item, what the item type is, if it's a weapon or armor. I don't know, I might have more item types later on, but I just wanted to at least get some stuff set up so I can do some initial testing. The value is kind of like the gold value of the item, so if it shows up in a shop or you go to try and sell it, that will help determine what the game will offer you as far as the gold value. And then this additional list down here, so this is where I had mentioned all the items will be generated in a similar to how a Diablo game is, where the items have all the additional modifiers and stats. I have this same idea here. Here there'll be a list of modifiers that get added on, and if we scroll down here, a modifier item is just what stats getting modified, what type of modification. So actually, let me mention what I meant by that. So if it's a integer increase or decrease, or is this a percentage increase or decrease? So that means, does it say like +5 to strength, or maybe it could say +2% to attack speed or something like that. So that's what this modified type field holds. The value is the number. So like if it's +5, that would be where the 5 goes. And I'm adding this. I don't know if I'll need it yet, but I'm putting it in for now. This would be a way for my front end UI to just pull in what text should appear in the item description. So I would loop through all the item modifiers on an item and just place them below the base item stats. And that's pretty similar to how Diablo or other games that use setups like that look as well. So I just have all the base stats that should be modifiable. And there's that part I mentioned where it's either a number or percentage for the modified type. And the different request types. You can generate an item. You can get an item that's already there. You can update, delete, and then this is the item response back, or the deleted response back. So that one looks good. Let's move on. Let's try to knock out all the prototypes real quick, and then we can kind of work through flipping back and forth between the front and back end and doing a little testing with the new objects that way. We'll just add methods as we go and can test them as we go to make sure everything's working. So the next one, let's start with monster. And I'm going to grab, a lot of this is similar. So we can just grab those initial values. This will change. Actually, that'll go away for now. This will change. And we're going to have service. And then let's create a monster object. So let's look here. I'm going to check my see what we have over here, make sure I'm not missing anything. It's good. Okay, so we're going to have an ID. That's actually a long, so I need to switch that to a 64. And then let's have a name, a regular int level, so we can track their level. Do I want the same amount of stats as a hero? Probably not. The hero is going to be built out deeper. Although if I make it fairly similar, I can also use a lot of we can like reuse a lot of the combat logic as far as attacks and damage and stuff like that. So maybe I should include at least all these base stats. This whole section here. I'll go ahead and copy it. We can always modify this later. I just want to get something close and then move from there. But I think this would be nice. And actually I can probably even I can implement an interface tied to both the monster and heroes as like a combat unit. And that way I can affect them with the same loops and stuff. No matter if it's a monster object or a hero object, it's also a combat unit object, and I can modify it accordingly. So I like this. Now some additional values I want, and I haven't necessarily built all this out yet, but I want a, well, I think since loot, I'm making loot random, but do I want it? So I might still want something specific. I'm just thinking here. Let's see. I was thinking, do I want like a loot table? So specific enemies would drop loot that's more specific to them. I don't think I want that. I think the way I'm building this, I think just any monster in the game has a random chance of dropping something based on the level. So if they're a level 10 enemy, the only time that might change is I kind of want to have like boss or mini boss characters that drop more unique items specific to them. Hi, Zuffy. Yep, I can read your chat. How's it going? Cool. All right, I think what I'm going to do is include a loot ID. Maybe let's name it loot table ID because it's not like a specific item. I think that would be more descriptive of what it is. And I didn't mean to put that in there twice. And we can just call out here what I'm thinking. So if we want a specific group of items to be lootable by this enemy, we can place here. Otherwise, default based on level. Okay. What else do we need? Experience. We need to know how much experience they're worth, or is that also based on their level? I think I'm not going to make that based on their level, mainly because I'm going to have, I want to have like elite or unique versions that can be randomly generated. So these are randomly generated just like items. And based on the mods that are generated, I think it should affect the experience. So we're going to have an experience column. And we'll put XP generated based on base monster level and modifiers. So all of those combined will determine what the XP value is for the monster. Bro, you can't add me on Discord. Let me check, Zuffy. You mentioned that last time you were on, and I don't get on Discord as much as some people do, but let me double check. I will absolutely check that. Let's see. Let's see. Direct messages, I bet. Why can't I view my direct messages? Oh, there we go. There you go. I got it that time. Sorry about that. All right. So we have the XP now. We have a loot table that can be used. Otherwise, it'll just generically randomly generate loot. Let's add. No, that's not at this level. So what I was just thinking, let me think out loud on this part so you see what I'm thinking. I want to have like themes of monsters. So if you're in a forest area, I want forest related monsters to appear. If you're in a dungeon, there should be other specific monsters that would appear there. But I think that will be tracked inside of another object. So we'll have some type of object container for those objects. For area objects, I guess is kind of what they would be. And inside of there, there'll be a list of monsters that are available to pull from for those randomly generated objects, or monsters, I mean. So we don't need that in this item. We don't have it built out yet, but we'll probably have, we're gonna have skills tied. And this will also get added to the hero, but I don't have that there. Skills tied to the monster that can be used. And one thing I will add is just the modifiers. Let's see if we can build that out a little bit. So let's do, we'll just call it monster modifier. So it's very descriptive on what it is. Everyone should have an ID. All of this data will be saved in the database, so it's pretty common to make sure we have an ID field for all of them. And let's give it string. Let's just call it modifier text for now. It's kind of like the name of the modifier, but it can also be what shows up. This should be very similar to how the item's working for the modifiers on it. So we can even look down here to see how I did this. I mean, it's based on what stats get modified, what type of modifier it is, the value that it the amount that it modifies, and then the text. So we can do something fairly similar here. So we have the modifier text. And on that other one, I used enums just to remain. So let's type in, what do we want this to be called? Monster mod. And we can do unknown. 0. Let's say we mod all the stats could be modified. What else could we modify? No, on enemies, I probably won't have built out equipment like I do on a hero. So that actually means, since I have the hero set up a little differently, I need to think through that. So on the hero right now, for let's say for an attack, I don't have any of that built into this base hero. I have the attack speed and stuff is based on of the equipped items. But maybe what I need to do here, the equipped items will be their own unique thing that modifies the stats on the hero. So I think what I need to do on the hero and then on the monster too, let's go ahead and do it over here on the hero. We're jumping back and forth, but that's okay. We're thinking through this and cleaning it up. So I think we're going to want these same stats from the item. Got 3 things. Let's close some of these others. So what I mean by that is items have damage, attack speed, and then armor items have defense, resist, and block. So defense is like physical damage, resist is magic damage resistance, and block is used for shields and stuff to completely block or partially block an attack. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we want to add all of these values to the hero and the monster's base objects. And then what we want to happen is the equipped items are just modifying what's the base level for the final adjusted values. There's probably a faster way to do this, but I need to increment all of these. All right. Grab these ones that we just created, and let's also put them in the monster. Let's put that down the line. We don't have that one yet. But now we definitely can use some type of combat unit interface to manage combat, whether it's a monster or a hero. They're all going to have these same base stats in the objects. Now the hero of course has an equipped section, and they'll probably have some more after that as well. There'll be other sections, but these base stats that we need for combat will be on both objects. Okay, Zuffy, I'll take a look. Thanks, man. And so then back down here on the modifiers, we'll have a enum of monster mods. So we'll have a monster. And actually, I need to rename that. This needs to be monster mod type. That's another thing I changed in my files was I had Pascal case, and the recommended convention is snake case, I think this is called. So I changed all that, and I'm trying to make sure I do it that way. At least for the elements within the as far as the messages, that actually is how it looked for this, and then for the method types this was okay. So we'll see. I'm just trying to stay as close to convention as I can. So we have a mod type. We're going to have a value that it's adjusting in the mod type. Modified stat, modified type. I think I need one more value here. And actually, I need one more value there. I need an ID. Yeah, so there should be 5 total. There's got to be a faster way to do that as I'm going through. I always like to keep the IDs as the first element. So I need a mod type, but then I also need monster mod stat. We don't, these are just enums. I don't need these, this doesn't need an ID. I don't know what I'm thinking. These are all defined right here, and this isn't going to change. This is static. Ignore me. That. And just define that type. This could actually be, I mean, eventually I could make these all the same. They can all be the same enum and work together. I'll refactor and update that later. It'll be fine this way for now. Number percentage. I can't think of another type. Now there will be so this is adjusting just their base stats. But I definitely want to do something similar to games like Diablo where they actually add new behaviors to monsters as well. So I want this. This will be useful if I generate like an elite version of a monster. Then all of this might get jacked up by a percentage or something. But I also want to, I guess this will be an additional object. I don't think it'll be part of the monster. I think it's going to be its own separate proto. It's going to have its own separate database to tie into the behaviors for these, I bet. I think that would be the best way to do that. And that's more, in all honesty, that's going to become more of a advanced feature. It's not going to be one of these base features. I think I'm going to add that later on once I have a lot of the other systems already working. So I think this is a good starting point for the monster. I can put behaviors. I don't know how to spell behaviors. I think that's it. Behaviors that can affect how a monster works. I should probably just be putting to do. So it triggers that way. Those are down the road updates though. I want to get these more base stuff done first. So that looks good for the monster. Let's move on to Got a whole list of things here. Guess we'll just go in order. Let's do dungeon next. All right, new file. I think my thought process here is I want to get all these base items done, but I'm not going to flesh them out because I don't want this. We don't want to go too far at this step. Things are probably going to change as we develop each piece, so we'll get the basics that we think are part of these items, and then we'll just come back and refactor and make updates. Right now, this one's not importing anything. And I didn't define any specific methods in that last class, but it's going to be very similar to the hero. You're going to have a way to generate a monster. You're going to have a way to get a monster from the database, delete them when they're done, update them. So all the same normal CRUD operation stuff. D. All right. Now, for the dungeons, this is a 2D game, so we're going to have a grid. This is a, I should say, also add that this is a 2D tile, regular square tile based game. 2D square tile based game. Think old school RPGs, Final Fantasy, the old ones, Dragon Warrior, etc. And so what we're gonna need, and this will be at the container level for the dungeon. So there will actually be another object for like dungeon tile, and each tile can store data as well. But this is going to be let's do that. So there's going to be dungeon tile. This whole idea of a list of dungeon tiles in there. And then in this dungeon tile object, we'll want to store X and Y coordinates. So that when it loops through the tiles, it knows what to update. Let's see, what else do we need at the dungeon level? We should probably have a dungeon's going to be based on a level. When a dungeon gets generated, it'll have a base level. That doesn't mean all the enemies on that level are the same level, but it means all of them should be based on that dungeon level. So let's say a dungeon level 5 has enemies from level 8 to 10. So that kind of thing. And then I want a theme. That's probably going to be an enum. Dungeon theme. So forest, cave, dungeon, I guess. Castle. These are just some example ideas that we can throw in here to make this work. So when it's generating the dungeon, it'll have a theme, and those themes will kind of determine how big the rooms are, how many branches there usually are off, if there's big open areas, or if the rooms are smaller, what kind of enemies. So this will also determine what types of enemies would appear in the generated dungeon. What else? What else? What else? We're gonna need so I need to think through how this will tie back to the overall game. So if this is an online game and all of this data is being stored in a database, how do I make sure that this unique dungeon is tied to the player and their game? So I think I might need to incorporate player ID and then even a game ID, or maybe just a game ID, and the game ID has the player ID attached to it. Let's do that. That way we don't add more stats than we have to. But I think a game ID will be linked to a player, and then this can load. It'll pull the data from the database this way. It'll say if game ID equals this, pull that data. And let's put another note in here because I mentioned this in a previous video, but it's not really called out. So dungeons are generated on entry, and only one dungeon is active at a time. The player must either complete the dungeon or fail the dungeon once I don't know if that reads right. The player will either, not must, will either complete the dungeon successfully or not. But once the player exits the dungeon, it is gone forever. So each dungeon run, now that doesn't mean someone can't come back into the game. Like, I want this to be mobile friendly, so they can close out while they're in the dungeon and come back and it'll still be in that same dungeon. But there will only ever be one dungeon available with data in it for a game at any one time, because once you either win or lose that dungeon and exit, it will be gone. So the next time you enter a dungeon, it regenerates a new dungeon with new random elements. I just want to call that out. So in the data storage idea of things here, we'll have this in there, and then we'll have a cleanup function after they exit the dungeon that will do any cleanups related to that and put it in like a flagged state so that it can be deleted. Might save it for a day or something. I don't even know if that's going to be necessary, but from the gameplay standpoint, the player won't be able to return if they leave the dungeon. There's no idea of this portal like some games. Part of the strategy and difficulty in the game is once you enter a dungeon, you have to either finish it or fail it. So there'll be ways to, you can say leave dungeon now and you'll get penalized and lose some of your items maybe, or your experience if you don't finish it successfully. And if you do finish it successfully, of course, you'll get additional rewards. So the level, the game ID will tie it back. The list of tiles will be what the logic loops through to build the dungeon, both in the UI and the logic. I don't know if we need anything else there. I probably do, but I think that's good for now. Now down here in the dungeon tile, you're going to have this is probably another enum for, oh, I forgot to add the theme. Let's add it here. There we go. I don't know why I forgot that. I typed in the enum. But we're going to need another enum for the dungeon tile, and this will be tile type. Tile type. And I'm not entirely sure how this should look. So maybe I can have like path, grass. See, but some themes aren't going to have the same tile types. Maybe this can't be an enum. Some of this I need to maybe research too to see how other similar games have done this step. I don't want to recreate the wheel, and I'd like to remain consistent. But let's just type in a few elements here. Let's say you got water. Let's say you have a wall. Path, grass. I don't know if grass makes sense in the way I've got this defined right now. Path, grass, water, wall. That's fine. Let's just stay with those. That will give us enough to don't understand this. Why can't I have two unknowns if they're in separate enum objects? Okay, so that's enough to at least get started with that. I don't know if that's the exact thing we want, but we can change this later on if it doesn't make sense. So that'll give us the type of tile. That'll both help on the display, the UI part of it, and the logic. So if it's a wall, the player shouldn't be able to move into it, that kind of thing. If it's water, the player shouldn't be able to move into it. And then we're going to need one more thing here. And I think this is tied to a different object that we haven't defined yet. So let's make a placeholder for it and we'll come back. To do add events to this object. So there should be, every tile has the normal stats for it, but then it can also have like a second layer, an event layer. It can have events on top. So it could have the players party themselves would be an event wherever they're located on the map. Enemies will be events on the map. like a treasure chest, a door, things that you can interact with in some way will all be overlaid on top of the map layer. So there'll be like a map layer and an event layer. There probably will be even more than that. Map layer, event layer. And it might be in the event layer, it might make sense to break that into sublayers. So there might be like sublayer of monsters, loot, doors, etc. I don't know. Just an idea to maybe make it easier to manage. We'll see when we get that far. I just know that we're gonna want an event layer on top of the tile. I think that is enough for now. I'll probably have to add more detail to this, especially on the UI and like the database. So we're going to want to store this whole idea of a theme. We're going to want to store a list of actual like graphic tiles that it will use. And when it comes across a certain tile type, so the tile types might be unique to the different themes somehow, possibly. So if we're in a forest theme, we would have like a tree would be one of the actual UI graphic tiles, and then you'd have like grass, you'd have a path, you'd have water, you'd have a rock probably. You might have stuff, yeah, just stuff like that. Okay. Let's leave this one where it's at. I'm not saying we won't have to come back several times before it's ready for its rough draft version, but that kind of builds the dungeon tile item out, and the dungeon tile item out a little bit. So we at least have a rough path on how that should work. And then up here, I mean, and so we're going to have a get map, and we'll have a map request object, and so we'll have this map response object. I forgot to put RPC at the beginning of that. And then we also want to get tile. So a tile request. So those are kind of two of the important ways to manage getting the map info to the player and the tile info at the same time. So when we get a tile, so if the tile that we're getting is a door, then we should be able to make mods to it. So we might also need like an update. But this is a rough idea. So map request, you should have, when you're asking for a map, you should be requesting the ID. Just call it dungeon ID. And that should get you that. The response should be just a basic call it map. And then we have a tile request. Very similar. Actually, the tile request, we're gonna do, are we gonna know the ID before we make the request? I don't think so. I feel like we need the dungeon ID and the XY coordinate. We might not always know. I can probably set up both calls. So I could set one up for, let's put tile by location request. And this one will be, you'll need to pass in the dungeon ID X and Y. That should be what you need to get a tile data back. But we're also going to have tile by ID. In this one, you just need to pass the tile ID. So you can do it either way. If we already have the tile ID, then it's just easier to pass it that way. Otherwise, we can just pass these three parameters in and get it that way. So let's change this up here. This will be a tile by location request. I don't have a tile response yet, but let's do that. Message tile response. We're just returning a tile, dungeon tile. Okay. We can go ahead and make that one other entry that we just talked about. So we'll have a get tile. This will be tile by ID. I probably have to rename those methods. I don't know why I wouldn't need to rename them. Get tile by location. Get tile by ID. All right. That looks good. Dungeon looks built out enough to make things work. Let's go back to our list. A job. All right. So a job in Final Fantasy world or 2D RPG world is the class or what type of character it is. That's kind of what I mean. Are they a fighter? Are they a mage? That'll help determine what skills and spells are available to them, what kind of equipment they can wear. All right, so a job will have the same as all the rest of them. It'll have an ID. And a name. And probably a description wouldn't hurt. And let's see, what else does the job object need. So this is going to be like the top container for a class. There will actually be an object underneath this called, like, what would we call it? Probably job level. And that will contain like all the stat increases, what skills they earn from leveling up, stuff like that. So we won't include that part in this. But what we can include in this is the restrictions on equipment. So can I do that through a string for now? Equipment restrictions. I know I've seen that done at least in some games where it'll just be a long string, and whichever, it might be divided by a pipe character or something between the different classes. But we can just do a quick loop through this string to figure out which equipment types this job can use. Let's rename this. I want this to be equipment allowed. So if it appears in this list, then it can be used. So if you're a mage, you shouldn't be able to wear plate armor, that kind of thing is what's going to be in this object. ID, name, description, equipment allowed. I don't know. Since I'm not thinking of anything off the top of my head, let's leave this one where it's at. And let's build out that job level one as a separate object, because it's definitely related, even though I didn't mention it in my list over there. And we should be able to show how an import works with this one, because we'll have to import this into the main job one. So a job level will include ID, of course, always. But then it's also going to have an additional job ID tying back to that main item, main job container. And then, so each entry in here will be for a level of the job. And then we're going to have to loop through all the stats that it can modify. So they're all going to have to be included here as well. And I haven't determined if this will be random or static yet. But we're still going to need entries for all of those. And then we might just modify it based on a value. So if the value is 5 for one of these, then it could be randomly generated within parameters around 5. I think that would still be a good way to do it. So let's go to hero, because these are all the main things that can change right here. So we want to copy all these over into the job level. All right. We do want, I'm going to put this up here since I have a hole. XP needed to hit the level, so it can be different per class. More advanced classes might level faster or slower than other classes. Or at least I want to leave the option available for that to happen. I don't know if it'll be that way or not. XP needed equals 4. So when the XP is reached, the game will do a search to find the next level. XP needed. So once it finds, it'll do a search. Say if the character's level 2, it should look for the entry for level 3. It should find the XP needed. If it's been met, then it should level up and append or add whatever the stat values are on these to the character. And that'll become their new base stats. So I think that'll work. I don't think we need anything else here to start out. Oh, I know one thing we will need, but I'm going to put it to do because I don't have anything built out yet. List of skills that are earned. So each level, there could be a list of skills or spells. I mean, they're really the same thing in the game as far as the code and logic's going to be concerned. List of skills or spells that are earned. So if they level up to 2, maybe they learn the heal spell. There'll be an entry down here that will tie it to the heal spell. Yeah, that's good. All right. We can add these base ones real quick. So you're mainly just going to have a get job by ID and level. Job by ID and level request. Returns job level response. Oop, I forgot keywords here. I was wondering why it was indenting. Oh, that's backwards. That's what I want for the response. What do I want to pass in? It says ID and level, so that's what I should be passing in. So you need to pass in job ID, job level. This should return the job level. Okay, that's good. So now let's jump back over to the container job, the bigger level job here, and this will contain a list of all the job levels. Job level, job levels. And then to get this to read right, we need to import that package. So main job level. There we go. And then I guess for this one, we just need get job. I think I'm going to start using this where I'm saying what you're getting it by. Because there might be more than one way to get different objects. Job by ID request. returns a job response. I know I'll have to build this out better with more methods, but I just want to start. I want to start getting this stuff all written down and started. Job by ID. All you need is the ID. And job response should just return a job. All right, that one looks good. We're moving right along now. All right, skill. I'm gonna skip skill for now. Skills, buffs. Skills and buffs I'm gonna skip for now because they're more of an advanced feature. I want to get the basic stuff done and then we'll do a new iteration to go through more advanced stuff. Going through all of this stuff initially is a little too much. Let me mark this with a color of yellow. If it's yellow, that means I didn't do it. Oh, that didn't work out well at all. Let's not use yellow. Could not read that. I need a dark color, don't I? Let's use blue. If it's blue, I need to do it later. You like my way of marking things done? I'm just changing colors. It's working. It's at least helping me figure it out. Right, we do need events. That's a pretty early thing for the dungeon setup, is we need those events that we talked about. We're definitely going to need a player object. Storage and party. Yeah, those can all get... We'll do the rest of these. And then we'll start messing with Unity and doing some of the scene setup for combat is the one I want to start with. All right, let's look at event. Let's create the event prototype. So the event will be all the different things that are in a dungeon. Like I mentioned before, it could be a group of monsters, it could be the hero's party, it can be a door, it could be a chest, it could be a boss, it could be a trap. There's all sorts of things I can end up using this for. Do I want to call this event? I don't like that. I'm going to call this dungeon event, because it is tied to the dungeons. If I call it event, there's way too many synonymous meanings for event in coding, and I don't want it to be confusing. All right, so a dungeon event. Have an ID. It'll have a dungeon event type. So this can be things like counter, door, chest, party, counter, door, chest, party, At a party, let's call this player. Even if there's multiple players, we still want... I don't know if there'll ever be multiple players on the same dungeons. That's not what I'm going for here, but I think that works. Okay, so player, chest, doors, encounters. I think I mentioned trap could be an option. Be like a teleporter, healing, a camp. Camp. I wonder if I can have some type of camp option. And how that would work, I don't know, but let's put that in there as an option. Let's put teleporter. I don't know if I'll ever use that idea, but I'm thinking through how other games have been generated. That sometimes is an option. Should there be stairs? Is there ever multi-level dungeons in this idea? Or is it always one level? I don't know. We're gonna throw these in here. I don't know if they'll ever come into play yet. I can remove them if I determine they won't. But I feel like that might be useful. Maybe a silence. So some games have areas where you can't cast spells. That could be an option, maybe. This is probably more than needed just to get started. So let's work with that. Dungeon event type. So a dungeon event will be a type, and then so I'm thinking, so if I do a search and I pull back any events for a tile, and let's say it finds the encounter event, it should be smart enough then to branch off and run the code that looks in the encounter table to pull back that specific encounter ID. But we don't have an encounter ID. We have an event ID. So I guess the event ID can get stored on anything that can be created as an event in the game. So for example, if I create an encounter object, which I haven't done yet, but it'll be a container for monster objects. So let's say there's 5 wolves in an encounter. But inside of that encounter object, I can have an event ID, and that event ID translates to a tile on the map, because the dungeon events get stored on the dungeon tile. So that's how it matches it to a specific location. So if I go to a tile, there's an encounter on that tile. That encounter is listed in the events. The game branches off and pulls back the encounter from the encounter table based on event ID. And that should work. So I don't think we need anything else here. We just need to give it logic so it knows what code branch to do. And then all the rest of this is going to get stored in other locations. Except, well, I mean, even these are different branches of code. If it's a silence, then they can't cast a spell. That's not necessarily a different table of data. It's just logic that will happen. Same with the stairs. If I do create the idea of multiple levels in a dungeon, then the stairs will be an entry, pretty much like a teleporter entry, really. So it'll teleport you to a different level, which I still don't know if I want to do that. And if I do, I'm going to have to go back to the dungeon object and add a floor, like a floor item here. I mean, I can add it for now. We don't have to necessarily use it. But this whole idea of there being multiple floors might have to come into play. But then when you do this, then all of a sudden the logic for this down here is all going to change. So we're not going to do that yet. We're just going to put a to do might be something in the future. And we're not even going to bring that in yet. All right. Thought through that process. Teleporters should be pretty easy to implement. If you step on a tile and it has a teleporter, it should have there should be some type of logic. I don't know where I'm going to get that logic at yet. I mean, any of these that need additional logic, they're going to have objects that are generated tied to them. Not necessarily generated. Well, yeah, it will have to be generated because this is all generated data. So if I generate a teleporter on a dungeon, I'll have to have like a list of teleport tiles in its own little table. And it'll be this teleporter goes to this location. This teleporter goes to this location. It's still easy to implement, but I'll still have to define its own mini table for this. Camps, I don't know how those are going to work yet. We'll just leave that in for now. Traps, I don't know how they're going to work yet. Player, that's pretty easy. We're definitely going to have a player object. Chest is the same as these other ones. I'll have to create a table to store the chest and any items that were generated in it. Door. I don't think I need any extra code here. It's just mainly determining if you can see what kind of encounters are past the door. I think so the monsters are going to appear on the screen. Some RPGs don't show the monsters. They just randomly occur and it just switches over. But the way I want to do this is encounters will appear on the screen and can be aggroed and moved towards you. And I haven't determined if they'll be the same speed as a player or faster, meaning if you move one tile, do they move one tile? I haven't determined what I want to do there. But I think, at least in my head, that's what I'm thinking this is going to be for now, how this is going to work. I'm just mainly calling this out to explain what doors would be for. So if you have a door, there could be an enemy right on the other side, and they won't be aggroed yet because there's no line of sight. So there'll be some kind of line of sight logic to determine aggro. All right. Dungeon looks good. We have the dungeon events. There's the dungeon events. Now we need to go back to dungeon. and import name dungeon event. Ooh, I didn't name that dungeon event. I need to change that. Let's see if refactor will change this in the code. I don't know if it will or not. I want this to be called dungeon event. Like I said, I don't want this to be confused with a code event. Yeah, it changed it. Okay, so dungeon event. And then right down here where I said add events, repeated. There can be more than one event per tile. Dungeon event. Dungeon events. All right. I think that will build out the logic we need to kind of be able to walk through the 2D dungeon and trigger encounters. We can trigger chests. We can trigger how we finish the level, which the way I have it set up right now, it's going to be like a boss every level that you have to defeat. And then once you've defeated them, there'll be an option to exit successfully. Otherwise, there's always an option to exit as a failure, and then you get some type of penalty. Your character will lose money or experience or something. All right. What else? What else do we have in our list? This one is done. Let's do player next. Player is important. I don't know everything I want in the player object yet. And should this be all the way back to like the authentication layer that should be stored in here? Or should this be more based on a game level player where it's... I think this is more of the game level player, and then we're going to need eventually, maybe I'll mark this in blue because I don't want to mess with that level yet. Yeah, let's call it user for now. This will be like the authentication level, like an account. Let's call it account. Account sounds way better than user. So this isn't going to have any game related details. This is more like the authentication and account to get into the game. I mean, it might have what games you have saved, like your game IDs will be in a list in this. But other than that, this is going to be like your auth and authorization and stuff like that into the game. I don't know why I marked that blue, or green, I mean. I meant to mark it blue. I have not done anything with that yet. All right, let's create a player. I don't know what I just clicked. All right, let's create a new player. Player proto. Gotta turn my fan on. It's starting to warm up in here. All right. Player service. And the player object. So a lot of these will be like the player will be like a container for a lot of the other objects. So there's gonna be gonna be a game state object. So it'll be base scene or dungeon combat. What other ones? So if they log in, if they log out with a mobile device and they log back in, I need to think through all the states that the game could have been exited on and what to enter back into. Now, if they're in like the area map, that doesn't need to be saved. They can just default back to the base because that's technically where they're at. They just haven't selected a dungeon to go to. But if they do select a dungeon, like I said, once you're in a dungeon, you're kind of in there until you either win or lose. So you'll either be in the base game state or the dungeon, or you could be in combat. So if you're in the middle of combat, when you exit out, it should trigger some kind of something. I'll have to think through how this works because my combat is semi-real time. I mean, it is technically real time. It's as time's moving, so is combat. So I'll have to think through, can we exit and enter back in during combat? I think we need to try and make that work because it would be really nice if you could pause. As soon as you exit out, it should pause and then just start the timer back up when you come back in, or maybe even allow the player to click a button that says start combat if it was paused, like say pause combat, start combat. We can even do that even when you haven't exited the game, maybe to give them a little bit more time to think, issue commands, stuff like that. So if you want to issue several commands and you don't want to take the time to click real quick, you could pause, enter all the commands, and then unpause it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that as far as the strategy and the difficulty. I'm not trying to make it where people have to click super fast to be good at this game. That's not what I'm going for. I want it to be very, very much a strategy game where you have a little bit of time to think if you want to. That's the way I play all my strategy games. What other spots? So I had a scene. Where did I have that at? A list of scenes. That's kind of how the states will be tied. So you're going to have either the base management scene. This is once you're already in a game, so this doesn't come into play. The player objects for when you're in a game. So base management could be a location. Travel, I've already mentioned. It will just go back to base management if you haven't selected a dungeon. Same with this player and party management. If you're in this screen, that shouldn't change whatever state you're in. So the states should change. When you enter the base, it should change to base. When you enter a dungeon, it should change to dungeon. When you enter combat in the dungeon, it should change to combat, and then when that combat's completed, it should revert back to dungeon. And rinse and repeat until you finish the dungeon and say you want to exit, you go back to base. So I think those are the only 3 states we're going to need to manage. All right. Wrong code base. That was the front end. All right. So we're going to need an ID. And I guess we should be able to name, this is kind of like, since this is like a kingdom, I mean, it's still fine just to say name. but this name is like your king's name or queen's name for your kingdom. Let's even mention that so it makes a little more sense. This is the king or queen over this kingdom. Because you have multiple heroes. You can create who knows how many, more than even one party of heroes. And then you can switch them out in the base in between dungeon runs. But this is like the overall name of the player. And let's make a kingdom name as well. Name of your kingdom. What else should be stored in the player object? And I'm realizing now I probably need a game object. I don't think I have that yet in my list. Definitely going to need a game object. I think I've even already called out game ID on the dungeon. I said the dungeon will link back based on a game ID. So we'll add that real quick while I'm thinking about it. Okay. So I have a kingdom name. Will we have an actual level? We'll have some kind of power metric. I don't know what it'll be used for yet, but I definitely want like a leaderboard type idea where you can earn points showing how powerful you are and how much you've completed and earned, and you can compare yourself to other players. Let's call this Kingdom Power for now. And do we want levels at the kingdom level? I could do it for certain types of unlocks, but I want to get away from a lot of mobile games. I don't know. I just feel like they lock so much behind these leveling schemes, and I don't know if I want an exact match to that. I want this to be more, you're open to build whatever you want. Whether it's the right thing to do or not is up to you. I don't want the game to handhold you and say, oh, you just hit level 5, so now you know you have to build a stable or something like that. That's not what I want to go for here. If you want to figure out a way to build the stable at level 2, I don't want to necessarily block that. So I'm not going to put level in here for now. I do like the power. Like I said, the power is almost like an achievement metric to prove out how far you've gotten in this game. I guess we also need resources here, and I haven't determined. I mean, gold is a primary resource, but I think there's going to be more than gold for sure. So at the base building part of the game, you're going to need, probably like a lot of these other base building games, you're going to need something like wood, stone. I kind of want to include that part somehow. And you can use as time slots are used, it should automatically generate resources. So I mentioned the whole idea of time slots in a previous video, but like a lot of games make you use real world time to pass before things are done. And I'm kind of incorporating that, but not really. So what I'm going to do is you earn a resource called time slots right now, and I might change the name of that. But then, let's say you haven't played for a day, you have 100 time slots built up from that day. Then when you go in to play the game, if you click to build a building and it costs 10 time slots, it builds instantly while you're playing, and those 10 time slots are then used, and when they're used, it'll do stuff like this. It'll generate resources based on how many time slots have been used up. So like the idea of resources here, if you build some kind of lumber mill, it should have some kind of metric in there that says how much lumber you generate per time slot, per time resource, whatever we want to call it. And that's kind of how I'm going with this. So I hate when you have to play a game and you feel like you're babysitting your phone because you have to go in, click to start a new building, and then you got to go out. And then you got to come back in 10 minutes because your building's done, and you got to click to start the next building. I absolutely despise that. So that's why I'm doing this time slot idea where you'll generate, and there'll probably be a max number of time slots you can have at a time, and maybe that's even something that will work into the upgrade path of the game where you can generate more over time. But then when you go to play, you can do all these builds and stuff without having to go in and out of the game, and then you only have to play 1 or 2 times a day, or you can just stuff like that. So I think that'll help improve that babysitting feel that you have with a lot of mobile games. All right, so in the player, I kind of went off on a tangent there, didn't I? And I already forgot what I was working on. So I think, what else do we need in the player? We need this list of resources. And I haven't quite determined if resources are their own object or just an enum. Let's just call it, for now, we're just going to make it an enum. And let's just say gold is the primary one. Let's say we have wood, stone. Oh, what else would I want for the base building portion? Wood, stone. Maybe I could put like mana, maybe some type of, to fit in the fantasy theme. Maybe there's a way to store mana and use it to build certain things. That's a good start. We can build this out once we build the base logic. So then up here we should have a, you know what? I'm realizing the resource will have to be its own. I mean, it can be an inner. Let's do this. Let's just make it an inner. Yeah. This should be resource type. This should be a resource. We don't need an ID because this is going to be, or do we? We'll just give it an ID. Player resource ID. And you're going to have a value. Actually, before that, we want to have the resource type. And then we want a value for that resource. That way we could add or remove resources from the game. Or maybe there's certain points in the game where you won't have some. I'm not sure yet, but I think this is a good way where we can just add or remove different resource types, and they're not hard-coded in the player object. From the base building standpoint, I think that will be helpful. And then up here, we will have a list of resources. So we have the resources. The kingdom power is kind of like the experience or achievement level. We have a list of resources. We probably want to link to the game ID on this. Each player is linked to a specific game. And then the state, I didn't add that yet, but that is tied to the game as well. So game state. I'm sure I'm missing a lot here, but this I think is enough to get the next few steps started. So we don't need anything special here. This is pretty basic. So we're going to pass in player ID. We're going to get back player object. All right, I think that one looks good. I don't think I made any mistakes. Not at first glance anyways. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute intermission break. Use the bathroom. Hey, back from my bathroom break. Okay, so the player is built out enough that we can get started with that. Game ID, all the resources. I feel like we might need... we didn't build out like a base object yet. Is that even in my list? If it's not, it's pretty important. It's making the list longer. It's okay. It's all pieces we need though. So we probably should also have a link. Kingdom ID. So the name doesn't have to be unique. So this way, this is the unique identifier to pull up the kingdom in the database tied to this game. So we'll be able to search by game ID, by kingdom ID. Or actually just by kingdom ID. That'll be unique even across all games. All right. Okay. What's the next one? Game object. Game object. What, from an architecture standpoint, what should the game object contain? And is this multiplayer or not? Because if it's multiplayer, this includes different things. But for now, we're building this as a single player version. So let's think about it from that standpoint. This isn't multiplayer yet. So that's my little note for this one. We want an ID. Do we want to have a name with the game? Maybe. We can name the game. So that way when the list appears to the player in the UI, the name of the game is there for them to kind of reference what they were doing maybe. Like we could say easy, difficulty, whatever, easy, difficulty, whatever kind of build you're going for. If you're trying to build a certain way, a challenge, maybe if you're doing some kind of a challenge. That's what I'm hoping to do with this game, is make it into some kind of challenge thing where there's different parameters and stuff that can be set up to make it like a challenge run type game. All right, so ID, name. Should this be an object that holds everything? All the other objects that are important anyways? So like, we should probably have a player object here. I don't know. Is that the right architecture to do that? And we don't really have to include this with the game object. We just have to at least reference what player is in the game. And then if this is a single player game, you want this to also include the kingdom. So see, some of those relational objects I was putting in some of these other tables, this might be like the main connector, but that kind of webs them all together if I do this that way. So you got the player. And I mean, if this was a true single player game, this might actually be the spot you would normally put the game state. But I'm going to kind of build this as a stepping stone. To possibly changing it over to multiplayer options or features. So let's think. What else should be in the game object? What do you guys think? Player, name, ID. I know a good one. Time. What's the right word? Time. How much? I'm trying to figure out the right wording for how much time has passed in the game. Time. I could just make it time. Even though it's not like an hour, minutes time, it's still the right metric. I want to know how much time, let's say, elapsed. Oh my goodness, type. Time elapsed is what I'm going for. Since the beginning of the game, how many time resources have been used? Everything you do in the game will consume time resources. We already have like the player data is in the player object. So stuff related to their levels, their name, their kingdom name is there. Time elapsed. I don't know. I'm going brain dead here on what I might need to include. But that's enough for now. I'm sure I'll think of something and then we'll just jump back in here. Get game by ID. So this will be game by ID request. And we want it to return game response. Pretty much the same thing we've been doing in all the other ones we're doing here. Game by ID request. All we're going to pass in is the ID. And then the response object will be a game. Is this enough? So if, let's just think of it this way. If you're in the loading screen, your list of games appear. You have a name that kind of describes what the game is. you have the player that's tied to the game, which I don't even think I need that. I'm going to take that out. Once you select this game and tell it to load, it's also going to tell you on that load screen how much time has elapsed. Once you say you want to load, then it should do like a poll by player. So player by game ID. Do I have that? We have get player by ID, but we also have game ID in this. So the way we have this set up right now, the game flow could be this. They can pick which game they want, and then it'll do a query to the player service to get back the player based on game ID. Because that should also be unique on a single player game. And if we change this to be multiplayer, this will have to change because this won't work anymore. But for now, I think this is good. And this shouldn't take a ton of time to change if we do change it. So yeah, we'll search by game ID. It'll pull back the player ID. Then we have the game state. So the game can branch off and load the correct scene. And if it's the base scene, it has all this info here to know how to load the kingdom. If it's the dungeon. Alright, so how did we do the dungeon? Let's make sure we have a way to tie this to the dungeon. So if they load the game state of dungeon, I think this main object here needs ways to link to all the different states. I think that would be easier. Since I did the kingdom ID, it only makes sense to do that for the other ones. So we should also have a dungeon ID. And some of these might not be valid. Like if they're in the base, the dungeon ID is not valid. But the logic should be able to determine that. Kingdom, dungeon, combat ID. So those are the ones that are tied to the state. So if the state is base building, then this ID comes into play to load that data. If the state is the dungeon, that comes into play to load the dungeon. If the state ID is in combat, or the game state is in combat, then it uses that to load the combat. I don't know if that's the cleanest and most efficient way to do this, but this is a way to do this. So let's go this way for now. And we can change it down the road if we need to. Alright. I like that. It almost makes the game object slightly unnecessary, but I think it's for the reasons I mentioned. An account, once we get to the account object creation, it's going to have a list of games. This is almost like saved games. This is like a saved game object, the way I have it set up right now. And it's just retaining information so you know which game to load. And then that triggers which player to load, and then from there it builds out the rest. The player is really holding most of the data right now, not the game, in this architecture. Alright. Oops, I did that wrong. You know, this isn't a very good way to do this, but for now this is working. Maybe later on I'll put this in some kind of task management software. Maybe that'll be something I can do off screen. All right. There's actually another sub item of Kingdom called building. Just off the top of my head that we'll need. This is related to the base. And then storage, party, and account. Do I want to wait to build these? Because I'm going to start off doing the combat scene and all the logic related to combat. And if I'm being honest, this does not affect combat at all. These two. Now these two might come into play, but the kingdom and the building, let's also do those a little bit later. Mainly because I want to do some of this other stuff. I want to move back and forth a little bit. I feel like we've been building objects and objects and objects. And I'd really like to start getting some of the game play fleshed out. Alright, I do think we might need this storage. So this is just a container of items. I don't even know that this is really a big object. I don't know why I said this was a top tier object. But we can create this pretty quickly. I want a way to store items. So if an item drops from a combat, I want a player-wide storage system, inventory system that stores that item in a grid or whatever. So that's what this object's for. And now if they equip an item, that will go to a new storage called equipment on the hero itself. This is like stuff that's not equipped. But this should be a very quick and easy. There's nothing special here. It's just going to be a list of items. So we're just going to copy this one. Call this storage. I could have called it inventory too. That's probably a more common name for this. That's okay though. You can have an ID like everything else, so it saves in the database cleanly and I can uniquely identify it. And then a storage should have player ID referencing it. And I can do the same thing with player. I can include storage at the player level. What else? This is just going to be a list. This is just a list. So we need our service, storage, service. We're going to need a call to get an item. Do I need to think about, as far as displaying, I want to make sure I separate logic from display. So do I need to incorporate something in the data side? I think I do. I need to store almost like, it's almost back to the dungeon tile map idea. We need like an XY coordinate for where an item is stored in the storage. And the storage itself needs a size. So maybe this is slightly more difficult than I originally thought, but I still don't think it's too bad. So let's say storage size. So you might be able to start with 20 slots, and that could be upgraded throughout the game somehow. So that way it would change. And we're going to have the way this is going to have to work is we're going to have a storage item. It's a wrapper around an item. When an item's in storage, it will be wrapped by the storage item object, and that will give it the location. So here's where we're going to have an X, Y location in the inventory. So that way we can loop through all these and it'll know where to put them on this grid. The only thing other thing I have to do here is the grid always the same size, like horizontally or vertically? I don't want it to have to always be like 10 slots wide. So maybe this XY doesn't work exactly like I want. Maybe I think I just put a location ID. And this just increments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know. And depending on how they decide to set up the grid is how it does that. But at least then it still saves the same location within the list. If they only do one wide, then it'll be showing up 5 grid buttons down. But if they make it 3 wide, then it's going to be in the second row, middle column, that type of thing. I think that'll work that way. That way on the UI logic for the display, that will determine the grid. That doesn't have to be determined in the data object here. Although I'd like to save that so that I know what it is, so I probably can save that here. So I can say storage width and just leave it at that. Whatever the width is, then the vertical will just go as deep as it needs to. And it should show empty storage items if there's no item in that spot. So here we're just going to do a repeat of the storage item. Storage items. Yeah, that should work. The size, so if there's 20 slots, they set the width to 5, so there's 4 rows of 5 in each row. And it will loop through the storage items object, and based on their location is where they go. So on loop 1, location ID 1 gets assigned. If there's nothing there, it defaults to a blank item. All right, I think that'll work. So then up here, let's see, what calls do we need? We want to call the entire thing get storage. So this will be called get storage by, what do I want to do here? ID or player ID? I think by player ID. We're going to know the player. Storage by player ID request. That should return And then we also want get storage item at location. So when they click a tile in the inventory, that is the way to pull the item, which I don't have that down here yet, but that's important. So I need an item. We'll have to import that. Okay. So now we have an item that will be pulled back when we pull based on the location ID. So get storage item at location, storage item by location request, returns an item response, which I also already have in the item, but I don't have this one. So let's just create these objects. So this one, we just want the player ID passed. And then the storage response is going to return the storage. And the storage item by location request. We will pass in a location ID. I think that's it, right? Storage item by location request. Well, let me think about this. So if I'm doing this in the database, I still need to also pass in the player ID and the location ID. Otherwise, there's going to be multiple location IDs. Yeah, location ID is not unique. Only when you add player ID does location ID become unique. So let's change the name of that so it reads better. Get storage item by player by location. I think that's close to the way you're supposed to do that. Maybe and by location. By player and by location. Alright, that should be enough to get the item. I don't think I had enough before. If you tried to pull location ID 4 from the database, you're going to get every number of players worth of number 4s back. So that would not have worked. There's only one storage per player, so this should work. Alright. I might be overthinking some of this, but I think that's gonna work. Ooh, this feels good to get all of these at least kind of fleshed out a little bit. Alright, this one also should not be very big at all. This isn't really a, I wouldn't call this a, this is just a container. Party proto. So a party in an RPG is a group of heroes. That's exactly what we're doing here. We went away. And do we want to be able to save multiple parties? Or is there always just one party and we switch it out? I think for now there's always just one party. And we switch it out. Later on down the road, maybe it makes sense to make that differently. Get party by player ID. Player, nope, party by player ID request. Party response without a space. I know I have to build a lot of these other methods out, but right now I just want to get the data points figured out. I can go back through and build out all these actual methods and stuff later on as we hit each one of these pieces. But I feel like this is a good exercise to think through parts of the game and make sure the game flow and the ideas you have are all going to work out. Just kind of think through steps that I might not have been thinking about. You be able to name the party? Sure, we'll let you name the party. What else? I think this is literally just a container of heroes. Maybe have a size. Maybe I can use that in some way. Party size. I don't know if that comes into play at any point. I can even get that by looking at how many elements are in the... So I don't know if I need that. I don't think I need that. Well, you know what? We're going to change. I think there might be an option to have a max party size, and you might be able to grow that from different things in the game. So let's include that for now. I don't know if it'll be used just yet, but... Repeated heroes. Oh, I need to rename that. I definitely need to rename this. Okay. That one was easy. I think that's really all we need. We need a list of the heroes that are stored in the party. Do we need the player ID? We probably do, just like we had in some of these other objects. Well, plus I already said that's how we're going to pull this data. So yeah, let's do that. And then we can go ahead and build these out. Party. By player ID request. So we are just passing in the player ID. And we're getting the party object back. What did I mess up here? Let's see. Do you ever look at something and just don't know what the heck is wrong? Get party by player ID. Oh. There we go. That's a service, not a message. All right. Except for the blue ones, we have all of those objects up there created now. Awesome. Create combat scene and start building out logic for how combat flows and works. So for that, we'll have to build out some test hero and monster objects. I agree with that, but to get to this point, let's also create, since we created a lot of these starter objects, let's go ahead and create some of the very base game logic that triggers that game flow I mentioned. So it should load the game ID, so we can do that. Once we load the game, it should go out and find the player. When it finds the player, it should look at the game state and then the info based on that state. So the game state will be combat for this initial test. We want it to look, if it sees test from here, then it should load the combat scene and build out the combat that way. So let's start with that. Let's build a scene for like the start game scene. And we'll create some buttons or something to trigger the loading of a game. And then once that loads, it should trigger a load of the combat scene for that player. And we can even create a couple different players in a couple different games just to test that part out. I think that's good. That way we can have different tests going on too, and that should be fairly easy to implement. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. I don't know if it auto saves or not. And so what we're going to need the game proto. We're going to need the player proto. And then do we need any of these other ones yet? I think we're actually missing one. I'm going to go ahead and create one more, because I'm thinking through the game flow still. And when we start a combat, there should be an object that contains all the monsters we're fighting. It's not going to be just one monster. So this will be a quick and easy object, but I want to have this container for that. So each combat is going to have an encounter ID. We're going to import, we are going to import, but we're not importing that. We're importing monster. Service, counter service. And we want to get encounter by where should encounter be saved? Where are we going to find that? So when we're doing this flow of generating the combat, we go to player. Player has combat ID. I guess we're gonna need a combat object to manage, just to manage it. You know, there's gonna be time elapsed in a combat. There's gonna be historical. There's gonna be the data from hits and all that, all the skills that were used and when they were used. And if this truly becomes a mobile game at some point where it can be played on a mobile, you want a way to like generate all of that combat data. Do you? I don't know, because I think we're going to need a combat object. That's kind of where I'm going with this. And maybe it's the same as the encounter object. Or maybe there's two different levels there. I think there's two different levels, because this is get encounter by combat ID. Get encounter by combat ID request. This should be a quick, let's just generate this real quick. So this is just going to be a list of monsters. That's all this really is. It's just a container. At least for now, this is all we should need. By combat ID. Okay. Now we gotta make that new one that we just mentioned. Now we need a combat object. So as far as the flow, whenever it finds that the state of the game for that player is in combat, it'll query the combat table. So we'll have the encounter, which is the group of monsters. We also need the party in this object. And yes, this is also a container, but I think this one will have more functionality than a container, just a raw container. So this needs to say get see, now I haven't created this idea of a combat unit either. A combat unit can be a hero or it can be a monster. The interface will be set up so that it's implemented by those classes. and they'll have the same methods that have to be implemented. So do action or whatever. I don't know what that is yet. I don't know. We know we're going to have an ID. And then when we're loading in, we found the ID. When we do this, what else do we need? Well, we need the party. And we need the encounter. We're going to need time elapsed. However, we determined to elapse time in this hybrid real-time environment. We have the party, we have the encounters. Any of the logic doesn't have to. This is mainly the data we're passing back and forth to the database, to the front end, to the back end. So logic is outside of this. But what does the logic need to work? That's what I'm trying to think. So it definitely needs the group of units, which it has. It needs to know where it's at in the combat. And do I store... What I was saying earlier was, do I need to store like some type of historical log of what's already occurred in combat? I mean, these objects should contain their current status, like what their hit point values are, where they're at as far as their action times, which I haven't implemented that, but we'll get there. Let's just kind of do some back and forth, and I think this will flesh itself out as we think about it. So I think this gives us enough to get started. We're still going to need a get combat by ID. So we're just passing in the combat ID to get that. And then we're getting back combat response, which is just a combat object. All right, I know I'm missing a lot here, but I think I just need to get started on the Unity side and building some of that out before I realize what I'm missing. I think is the step I'm on. All right. I do have Unity still open. Not still open. It is open already. And I had that test call here where we were doing a test of the connection between the backend and front end server here. That's what this was, just showing that that was working. Some of this might change now that we've updated a few of these, although I don't know if I've changed the hero client. That's the only one that was in the test. But I guess one of the first steps I need to do is pull over the proto files that we need to use in the UI for this step. We don't need to pull them all over right now, but we're gonna need, let me go find that folder. All right, we're gonna need the combat, encounter. I want to pull the game and the player over because I said I want to generate that initial setup where you click to start the game and it goes through the game flow of loading. We're going to need the party. Let's go ahead and pull hero in case I made any changes. We're going to need monster. I don't think we're using any of those other ones yet. Let's copy those. And there's a proto folder in my client. Tell it to replace any files that are already there. And I just need to go through and run this on all of them. I don't know if there's a way to run this on all of them at the same time. Oh, I added packages. Because I added packages, it's trying to do that import. I think I just need to rename the way this is set up, maybe. Shoot. I was doing that just to try to conform to what the standards are. We'll try to set it up on the client real quick, and if it doesn't work real easy, I'm just going to take the packages out. Strategy. Main. Need to pull all the proto files out of here and put them in there. Hopefully those meta files will disappear on their own. Do I need to move my command stuff? I guess I should. And I could have a path to that. I shouldn't have to be moving it around, but I don't have a path right now. A path variable referencing it, I mean. So now if I use this command, will it work? No. Well, that's disappointing. I didn't think about that step for the imports here. Does this work? I need to, like, is this a relative? Let me see. See if I can do a quick little search to see if there's an example. Protoc searches relative to the import paths that you give it. Okay. So if your files are laid out like this, and you run, then the import works perfectly. What if so what if this protoc, the proto command line tool, what if I put that back where it was at? And then just change this command. Maybe it's rooted based on where the command line is started, which would make sense. So instead of this, it should be... Yeah, I don't know how to do that though. I think where it says right here, -I, wait, let me look at my notes. -I equals root. And I think that's still right. And then strategy RPG / main /. No such. Oh, I named it strategy, not strategy RPG. That might be the issue anyways. Come on. That is a apprentice mistake. Did it find it? It didn't say it didn't find hero that time. But it didn't find the item. Yeah, it found hero because it was looking through the line items. So import strategy RPG main item proto was not found. Just to test this out, let's change just the hero one. I'll even just edit it in Notepad for a minute. Let's take that off, because they're both in the same directory. Is that all I need, maybe? Although the package might also be an issue. I don't know. I don't know. We're going to do some trial and error here. Did I have that typed right? Hero. Alright, the only other thing my little note thing here shows that I'm going to try before I do any more changes is where it says this. What if I do like that? I don't know if that's right. Oh, shoot. Alright, well, let's go another step here. I can always grab my original from the service. That's why I'm just editing this one I pulled over. Let's get rid of package for now. Maybe I'll do some research off camera to figure out how to add that. Let's see if that works. Because they're in the same folder. Oh. I don't have the item. Oh my goodness, I'm messing this all up. Let's copy the hero back in its original form and the item this time. For some reason I left item behind. I should have known item was important because it's tied to the hero. Alright, hero, item, copy. Assets. Proto. I'm going to go back in here and put them here for now. Alright. Let's get rid of what I did here. I might still have to do something there. I don't know. Hey, it didn't throw any errors. Let's see if it generated anything. It did. Alright. I think that worked. So it was just my stupidity not moving all of the proto files over that caused that to happen. So let's go back. And run that for the rest of them. We need to generate every file Let me look real quick. Since I'm doing this, is there a way to just do like an asterisk here, maybe? I don't know. We're gonna look it up real quick. Can I run multiple proto files using Protalk? I think it'll work. We're gonna give it a try. Oh. Protalk will parse proto. You can also specify wildcards. I don't know if this syntax looks right. Let me see. So it's saying I don't know about that. That's what it says to do. Shoot. It's not the end of the world. You know what? I still need. It's saying file not found though on that, not on the location. I don't know. We're not real far into this yet. If this doesn't work real quick, I'm just going to do them each manually. There's not that many. I don't think the syntax I'm looking at is just not. I don't think I'm missing anything. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just get this step done so we can keep moving forward. So we're going to go from the top of the list down so we don't miss one. Oh, Lord. What did I do now? Oh, these enums. Why can't I use values if they're in different objects for the enums? Use the same values. That's what this is. It's getting mad at every single line item in my enums. Let me think. Oh, and it still got mad at my imports too, by the way. Don't know why. Didn't change hero, right? Hero still has the package. Syntax, package, import. So one of the things it's mad about is these. Because I've used agility in this enum, I can't use it anywhere else. I don't know why. I feel like if I have this and it has agility, and I have the other one, which was the equipment or item mods that has agility, I don't understand. I mean, I can just call this mod stat. And then up here, I can call it mod stat. And then I need to go to the other one that has this, which I'm still surprised how it even knew. They're two different files. So what was that first error? Just as a scoping rules, meaning that enums are siblings of their type, not children. Unknown stat must be unique within the package, not just within modified stat. Well, there you go. That's why. So if I created different packages, it would be okay. So can I create a proto file with just an enum and move this, or just move all the enums, maybe, because this is also an issue. So we can move that one, it'll be mod type. This will be mod stat. Let's make a new, let's just try this out. Enum. What do I want to name it? I don't think enum's a good name to name it. Let's just call it game. Game. What? It is a game. We'll just call it game enum. I can't think of anything better. Let's add the same stuff for now. This won't import anything. Outer that I need to read about that and understand that better. Enum proto. Wait, that should not be called enum. It should be game enum proto. And then I'm going to put all the enums in here and hope that it works that way. So let's pull these two out. Put them in here. And jump back over there. And if we do an import, alright, looks like that error went away. So I think that will work. And if I keep them all together, then I'll know if I'm overlapping fairly quickly. So hero, doesn't hero have one? Oh, it's opened over here. I'm like, why isn't it opening? Because it's over here. No, hero does not have one. Combat? No. Dungeon? Yes. Pull these out. Put them in there. Really like this. Maybe I only need to move what overlaps, because these don't overlap. These are tied directly to where I took them from. The only reason I moved those other two is because they overlap. So where did I get those? Are also on job level. I didn't pull job level, but that's going to be an issue. Nope, it's not on job level. Item. There we go. So, well, that's fine for item. I don't know. This might come into play with enemies as well. So let's move this one. And this one is the exact same as the other one. So we're going to delete that. Throw an error. We're going to change this to the new one, which is called mod stat and mod type. Damage type I thought we put back. Oh no, we moved it too. And then we need to import. Okay. Just gonna double check these other ones real quick. Make sure everything is unique. Don't know. I think that's all unique. It'll get mad at me if it's not. After doing these tests, I can see that's going to happen. Game state. States. I don't think any of those are reused right now. The right way to do this is probably to have different packages, I guess. I don't know. This is pretty feature complete on these top level ones, and then maybe I'll create some additional packages underneath some of these. For more detailed object types. Well, I think that'll fix one issue. I don't think it's going to fix all the issues, but let's go ahead and move those again. I'm going to create two folders here since we might be moving back and forth more than I care to admit. Player, party, monster, item, hero, game menu now, game encounter, combat. And put the here. All right. Let's redo the hero since we changed it. I think we did. Okay, that one's good. It didn't give us issues before, though. Combat's the one that gave us tons of issues. All right. Combat's good. Game. Huh. It's just a warning. It says I imported it, but it's not being used. Let's keep going. I don't think that's an issue. I think that just means I have an import that's not being used. Gaming item. I'll do a little bit of studying before my next stream to try to understand what I can type to make this a little more efficient. Because if I get a lot of proto files, this is going to become an absolute nuisance. But I think that worked. I think we just generated all of the classes we need. And we haven't actually generated them in Java yet, so let's do that too. I'm going to clean the old files and let them delete. The target folder should go away. This will make sure I didn't leave any bugs in any of these files, because if I did, it'll make me fix them first. I probably should have done this step first. It's not necessary, but rather than going back and forth so much, it's better to get one fixed first. Oh, crap. It says warnings, but then I got an error. So maybe those aren't really warnings. Maybe they're actually errors. Strategy RPG main dungeon is already defined in file dungeon. And then we got this scoping error again. So player proto line 29. Dungeon. I already defined dungeon somewhere. Oh, it says in dungeon. Okay, so we just need to rename one or the other. Let's look. Let's look in dungeon. We will call this I like dungeon here. Let's call this just theme. That way these don't overlap with anything else. They call out specifically what they are. Same with these. Even though it didn't get mad about these, I can see these somehow overlapping at some point. So I changed dungeon. I don't think I changed hero. Not hero, player. So I know which ones I need to copy over and do again. Yes, I changed that. I did that wrong. I should have refactored and renamed that column. Wait. I can't do that. I have to keep this as... Shoot, I messed it up now. I overlapped them. I'm going to leave that as DTO. Yeah, I'm still going to have to name them that way here. Well, shoot. Okay. So here's what's going on. I have a hero database entity, and I have a hero gRPC proto, and they're both named the same. So I guess I don't like that. Like, I could put the full class name here with the stuff in front of it. I don't really want to do that. Oh, why did I do that? I should have known that was going to happen. Well, I only have one service built out like this so far. So whatever I decide to do here, it should be easy to fix. It's just this one service right now that's built out. What a mess. I broke it. They're generating, their class name is going to generate based on this. So if I don't want it to be this, it's not going to be clean no matter what I do here. So right now, I need to rename the entity. I mean, neither one of them is going to conform to standards. If I change this, then it doesn't match because it's matching. I don't like that. Hero. I need a way to know which one's which. I don't want to name them both hero. What is Shift F6? We're going to rename this Hero DB. I guess if I put DB on the end of all my entities, it's not the end of the world. All right, what did that do to my service? I'm sure there's more stuff I have to fix here. So this is a hero now. Provided, required. Required type hero. Hero DB. Convert hero to hero DB. Convert hero DB to hero. Yes, I realize I just broke everything up there, but this is where my thought process works. I didn't know what to do here. Say we're creating a hero DB. So then here, we're just going to use the hero. Pull all those objects, which for some reason it's not finding. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Now we look better. We have this hero, which is the GRPC hero. We have this one, which is the entity hero. And then let's double check this one. So we're returning the GRPC hero in this one. We're bringing in the database hero. That looks good. I renamed all of these. So convert hero DB to hero with this one. Okay, and then this is just hero. And then this is the opposite direction. So a database hero, convert hero to hero DB. No, that's not right. Convert hero DTO. I need to rename that. I don't want DTO in there. Shift F6. Okay, we're getting there. This is no longer a DTO. There's only 2 spots for that, so we can fix that way. This is convert hero DB to hero. This one's convert hero to hero DB. This one. Shift F6. What is my local variable? Um, Alright, what a mess, but I think that's fixed now. Oh. I hope it's fixed now. Still going. That's a good sign. Yay. Alright, no errors. Let's try to start it up. This backend server. Make sure it starts up and it's listening on port 9090. Once we get that far, that means the backend's good. We can jump back over to Unity. All right. We are listening. We are running. Always feels good when your server starts. If you're having issues anyways. All right. We're getting errors over here, but I think that is just, we need to move some of this stuff. This is all of our generated files. So we should be able to move these into the folder I made for generated. I don't want to keep both. I want to delete that. It's getting mad. And we know we have new generated files, so we need to copy them over. They'd work here. I just want to move them here because I like them here better. I could probably leave them in the folder they're actually generated in, and they should work fine, I think. All right, it does look like we're getting errors. This whole namespace thing I added in is really throwing crap, screwing stuff up. I shouldn't have done that until I understood it better. I thought I was making it cleaner that way, and now I'm creating all these new errors. Not happy with myself on that. So if I look at, what was the first error, just so I can kind of decipher what I need to do to fix this. The typer namespace name heroes does not exist in the namespace strategy RPG. So this is that. Nope, didn't like that. Like that better? Without that extra crap on the end? Cannot. Why? Cannot convert initializer type. Why can't you do that? I have using up here. I shouldn't have to define the full thing. I don't think that's what it's asking me to do. Although, yeah, see, that didn't fix it. Client. This might be getting mad because I need to fix the hero client too. So let's go double check that after we fix this one. So this is just hero now. Those are fine. If I fix the client, I think that might fix that. Same thing up here. We're going to have to do this to all of them. Well, we don't have that many created yet, so it's fine. So we have a hero response, hero client. Okay. Now is the other one okay with us, or is it still mad? Was it in here? All the errors went away. So maybe we're okay now. We can run a test to make sure. Why has this got a underline error? I mean, I didn't get errors when I generated these files. I don't know, maybe that won't stop it from running, but usually that squiggly red line is bad news when you try to start your program. Did we clean up any of these? We did. There's still two, though, and it's related to that squiggly line. Type or namespace name encounter does not exist in strategy.main. All right, well, let's look at that. This is a generated file, so it won't do me any good to change this, but something in the proto file is probably not set up right. So it says it can't find encounter. Am I importing encounter? Well, I don't know if it shows on there. I'm going to go look at the proto file for combat. Encounter, party are both imported. I don't see anything there. It says encounter, strategy RPG main package. It has an import as well, but that shouldn't matter. The type or namespace name encounter does not exist. Did I not generate encounter? Player, party, monster, item, game, combat. I did not. And it is in there. I just decided to skip over it. I was just testing you guys to see if anyone noticed. That's what that was. Alright, it's going to get a little loading and hopefully that'll go away. Those errors. Go away, errors. Please go away. Yay. Alright. I'm going to move that one because I moved the rest of them to keep everything cleaned up. And let's run a test. See if the front to back end still works or if I totally screwed everything up through all of that. All right, it's still working. I have a little test call. I have a test script, and it's running a very basic get hero info call, and that's what that first debug is. They both say after. One of them is before, I swear. Or it should say get hero ID call is. And then the next one, we're updating the hero object. And then we're running an update to test the update functionality in the database. So I can change this to, let's just test that. Sue, who is a level 3 mage. I mean, this isn't a normal update that you would do in the game, but this is a good way just to test that this is working. So we would save this and stop running. Let it do a quick rebuild. Play it. And we should see a difference now. The before and after should be different entries. So you can see the before we made the update call, we still have level 4 fighter named Joe. That was pulled out of the database. That's not hard-coded anywhere. And then this, we hard-coded the update in that file we were just in. And now you can see it updated the database to level 3 mage named Sue. And this is the hero table, and we can go ahead and check that in the actual database to do a double check. So that's updating. So that's good. We didn't break the functionality after doing all of those updates. That's good that it's still working. So we are gonna start this game flow stuff now finally. So I think I'm gonna create a scene. I know I put combat scene, but I want to create the flow from when you enter in, you should click a button to start the game. The game logic should look at, it should pull back the game and the player objects to figure out what the game state's in and pull back the data out of the database based on that. And so when it pulls back the game state of combat, that's when it should switch to the combat scene and then grab all the data related to that and populate the screen for the player. So we're gonna use the scene that's open, will be named, let's call this one, let's go over here. Let's call this game start screen. It's pretty easy to tell what it would be, right? Oh, I need to stop that. Definitely don't want it running, or it might not save some of my changes. All right, that's that one. And let's create another scene. This one will be called combat scene. And we can go ahead, let's go ahead and create the other ones, even though we're not going to use them yet. We're going to have kingdom screen, or scene, I mean. We're going to have dungeon scene. Let's check our notes. New game, which is the start game. Base management, which is kingdom. We're going to have a travel, player and party management, and options. So we still need travel, player and party management, and options. Oops. Okay. Click happy. Travel. And we're going to have one more called option. At least initially, those are the ones I can think of that we're going to need. Make sure we're on the game start scene. We're going to start with that one. And let's just add a button. And yeah, I do need to import that. It's just telling me I need the dependencies for the TextMesh Pro assets. Okay. This is not gonna stay. This is mainly just our test button where we're gonna say start game for now. So let's create. I always like to name this top level UI. Let's call this start game button. And we can change the text just to say start game. And let's make a script, a controller script for the start game scene. I like to create a UI folder. And then let's make another folder for now. Keep everything divided up. So UI controller, and then we'll create a mono behavior and we'll call it start game screen controller. Let's jump in here. And we don't need any of this for the controller. This is mainly going to be UI stuff. So we'll have a on start game click. And what do we want to happen? We want to... Some of this I won't actually code out just yet. I'm just going to write this in comment form and I can fill it in later. So pull game info. Well, actually the game info will have to get pulled at a different step. So when you click the actual game start, using game ID, trigger scene change. Well, So we need to get the player object back. All we're going to have at this point is the game ID. So let's say get player object to find the game state. We're going to need that. Based on game state, load the proper scene. So that could be a switch statement probably. We don't have a ton of scenes. We only have 3 states. I like to keep all of the RPC stuff on its own object as well, and like use a singleton to reference all the clients. So I'll probably do that here as well to stay consistent. So let's create a new empty object. And we're going to call this, let's just call it Network Manager for now. And let's create a script. Let's see. This can be, this is like a util, or let's just call it networking, a networking folder. And then the script itself will be, I don't think it'll be a mono behavior. I think it's just a C# script. No. Oh, I gotta think about this. I think it's just an empty C# script. I don't think we need this. Well, the reason we need it to be a mono behavior, and I can change that in the file, is we need it to instantiate all those connections. If I keep it as out here, it won't go through like a life cycle startup. We'll name this the same thing, Network Manager. Or maybe I should, let me think. This should be called Server. I think Server. There's going to be like a lot of things underneath Server, but Server is the top level, and it's going to have static, it's going to have a singleton instance, and you can statically grab all of the stuff underneath, in theory. So static public server instance. I think that's all I need there. No, it's getting mad at me. It says no. This is the downfall of using several different languages all at the same time, is your brain gets muddled on the syntax of some of this stuff. Or at least that's what it does to me. All right, so I need to client list. So this server is going to have all of the clients that we use and make those connections. So, for example, we're trying to get the player right now. So, I don't have the player client set up yet. So let's do that. Did I create? So under networking, I should have another folder called clients. I don't know where I saved the other one. Oh, I saved it under RPC. Let's move this under networking. But let's make another folder for the clients in the networking folder. Come on, computer. Clients. So we've already got one client. We got a test file which can stay there, and then our main server file. Oh my goodness, come on. I'm changing the location of these files, so it's having to regenerate all the references. We're going to create another script. This will be called player client. We can pretty much copy and paste from the hero client and then just make the updates appropriately. I mean, the method calls are a little bit different, but that'll be a good start. So open that one. Let's grab that and that and that. Actually, let's just do that so we don't copy too much. We can probably I need to import that. So this will be the player service dot client and I need to change that too. I do not want this to be hard coded in every single client. So what's the right way to do that? Why does that keep opening up? Know how to do it in Java, no problem. Need to make sure I do it right in C#. Java, it's called a property. Is it called the same thing? I don't think it's called the same thing in C#. No, because a property is when you kind of define the get and set for a field. Guess that works. I don't know if it's the best way. All right, we'll do it this way. So what this is mentioning is, let's go to the network, the server, I mean. So what if I create a static host, no, not string, and I'll call it server host equals all right, and then over here I should be able to do, get rid of that, server dot instance server. Oh, that's an issue. All right, let's rename. I don't want to create any extra stuff here. I'm going to delete this and give it a different, just refactor it. I don't need to delete it. Refactor. Rename. Let's call this game server. That way we're not overlapping with other stuff. All right, good. That was actually easier than I thought it would be. Server dot instance dot server host. Nope. Oh, it's not instance. It is just server host. All right, there we go. That should work. And that way I only have to update that in this file, and then all the different clients I make will reference the same server. And then what I want to do over here for the clients, so those should be accessible. Oh my goodness, where's my files? Why do they keep disappearing? I don't use this IDE very often, and you can tell. There we go, that's what I was looking for. It was up there. Hero client. Hero client. I think I want to use that. And that should be accessible. So like if this would no longer be included on this step. But then right here, so that way all of my clients are managed by one. I do need the instance there, don't I? No? I have to make those all static, I guess. There's only going to be one. They're going to have to be public. That's all right. It's not like we're modifying the clients. We're just using them. So that should be fine. Game server dot hero client. That's how I want to do this. So I can manage all my clients in one place and have access to all of them no matter where I'm at in the code. Yeah, I like that. I think that'll be cleaner to keep all of the client information together and then just make the calls to the game server and which client you need for each call. That's good. All right, so we're working on the player client. We need to we can copy that. Or at least this first one. And then client equals new player service dot player service client channel. And then I just need to make any calls that are in that. So I have a player response, and it's called get player by, oh my goodness, I don't remember what it's called. We can look at the proto and know exactly what it was called. It's up here. Get player by ID, get player by game ID are the two that I need to get player by ID. And we pass in a long player ID for this one. Client dot get player by ID, new player by ID request, and player ID equals player ID. And then the other one is very similar, but it's get player by game ID. Game ID. And let's see how good it was at doing this. It's good. I love autocomplete when it does it the right way. Does not match rule methods. Well, yeah, but the RPC makes this happen, and there's nothing I can do about it. I don't like that either. But when it generates the class files, it generates them with lowercase. We can go here and see the generated class and see if we do a search, get player by ID. Oh, it's not finding it. Why is it not finding it? I don't know. In the wrong file? Maybe? Yeah, I was in the wrong file. Well, here it does show it capitalized. I don't know. I don't understand why. Don't understand why. If I put the capital G, it's fine. I guess I'm overthinking this because the client itself is down here and it is capital here, so I don't know what made me change this to lowercase, if I'm being honest. We're gonna change it back, and then probably within the next 15 minutes I'm gonna realize why I did it one way or the other. Thanks, Gukfollow, for the follow. All right, so the player client is ready. We need to put it in the server. Of the server object. Player client, player client. All right, and then let's jump back over to that controller we were working on. So I put get player object to find the game state. So we have a player, we need to import it. Alt enter, I just pushed Alt enter. We should be able to get this. We're going to have to hard code something for this initial test, of course. We don't have any data in the database yet either, which we're going to have to generate some initial data for testing purposes. Let's get the player by ID. Or were we? So we were going to start with the game ID. So let's do the other one. Sorry. And we'll pass something in here. Right now, we will literally make this a number. We'll just call it 1 because we don't have any entries in there yet. And player. This is a player response object. Do I want it to pass? I want to keep the response separate. So I think what I'm going to do is that. Same with this one. I was returning the response object, and I'd rather, if I need to make any, do any validation or do any updates to the response object itself, I'd rather do it in this class, the client. And by the time it gets back to my code, I just want the object I'm asking for. I think. I'm thinking through that for a minute. So if I'm running, let's say I run into an error. Not necessarily a networking error, but maybe just the player's not found. I guess maybe I should return the response object. And I can do the work that way. I can do the validation or checks if it was successful. I'm not going to do too much of that yet. For one, I don't know the right ways to set it up the right way. I don't want to teach you guys the wrong way. And I also don't want to spend too much time on that kind of stuff right now. So the way this is working right now is this. And then I might have more calls. So let's call this player response because I might have another call in here somewhere. And then I can do player equals player response player. All right, so now we have the player object. And we just need to do a switch based on the player dot game state. And there's only 3 states. So one is case game state base, case game state combat, case game state dot dungeon. Why does it say duplicated switch branches? Oh, because I haven't made anything different yet. I think. So if it's combat, when we switch scenes, we're gonna have to save like a session the player prefs in Unity just to transition between one scene to the other. So what we can do is save the combat ID since we're going to combat for this one. If we were going to dungeon, we'd save the dungeon ID. If we were going to the base, we'd save the kingdom ID. So prefs dot set string. No, it's not a string. Set int. The key will say combat ID, and the value will be player dot combat ID. And it's already getting mad. What other options do I have if I can't use that? Dot set float. Will it float? it will float. Okay. I think that will work. We can go ahead and do that for the other ones, even though we're not working on them yet. So this one will be dungeon ID. Player.dungeon ID. And this one would be Kingdom, I think is what I called it. All right, so we're setting all of those. Now that they're set, that data is stored, and we should be able to transition scenes. And in that scene, when it starts, I'll have a script that manages pulling the data needed for that scene. So, see if I can remember what to do here. Load scene. I don't know if I want to do async or not. It probably doesn't matter. I did not type that. Scene index or string scene name. Are those the two options I have? I mean, I don't like hard coding anything, but for now we'll do that and we can change that later. All right. Why is it getting mad now? That's not a big issue. We can probably change that and update that right now. Build settings. Can you tell I'm a little rusty? That's not what I was looking for. Maybe I just have to click build and it'll pop up. I don't have a build folder. No, that's not what I wanted either. It's not even going to succeed if it's trying to build. I have errors in a lot of this code right now. I have to have at least 1 or 2 errors in this code. So we have that client's good. We have this server set up with the first 2 items so far. Now we don't actually have, maybe the next step should be this, but we don't actually have any database tables linked. We haven't defined the service on the server for player client, so this won't actually work yet. And we need the player table, we need a game table tied to all these objects we created. We're going to have to create database entities. So I mean, this will not work there's nothing defined. There's no service defined on that backend yet. There's no player service. And there's no player entity for that matter. Player database. It's an entity. Table name will be player. Come on, give me my code completion crap. Just getting mad because there's no ID or no anything. In the database, create a table. Everything's running slow because I told it to run that build, and that's not really what I wanted to do. So we have player. We need an ID field. Needs to be auto incrementing. This needs to match what we defined in our proto. Kind of anyways, so let's look at that. Let's have that up while we're defining the columns in the database. So we want a name. We can make that longer. And 45 is actually plenty long enough for a name, right? What game lets you have 255 characters? Kingdom name. Kingdom power, which is a number. Oh, come on. And then we have the list of resources, which will, in database speak, that'll be a separate table that links back. A game ID. A game state, which is just a string in the database. Or is it a number? I can't remember. Start with that, and if it doesn't work, switch it. Kingdom ID, it's a number. Dungeon ID, which is a number. Combat ID, which is a number. Let's delete that extra column I accidentally put in there. And that looks like a good start. For the player table, let's go ahead and generate the game table while we're in here, because we're going to need it too. Game ID, auto increment, name. Let's make that a little bit longer. We can make that one longer. Time elapsed needs to be a number. I don't know how, if that's big enough or not. It should be plenty big enough. That's all we have, at least to start this table out. I'm sure stuff will get added later on. let's start with that. I know there's a lot more tables there, but now let's create the service for the player. Well, let's create the repository first. That's pretty easy to do in Java. Player DB repository. Let's just call it player repository. I don't think I need database on this because there's not a repository for the gRPC objects. Yeah, and then I want to extend JPA repository, and that should be a long, so I must have done something wrong on the player. I don't think I added anything in the player yet. I didn't. ID. Generate the value. Private long ID. And let's I'm going to move this to my other screen just to reference it as I'm typing. I need to make sure I name all the columns right. I made them all pretty generic, but so they should be fine. I might not even need this on all of them, but I know there's a way to generate this, but it doesn't take too long. And I can think through stuff as I'm doing this. Just how my mind works. And actually, all of this wouldn't generate perfectly because it doesn't know what types some of these are. And I don't have the other tables in there for it to reference. I guess if I did the database first and got all of that set up, then I can go into this tool and tell it to generate the entities that way. That's an option. Maybe I'll try that on some of them. But right now, this looks good. Usually, yeah, there it goes. It usually has a pretty good idea based on the naming conventions what type of field it should be. Is that all of them? That's all of them. Oops. I like to use Lombok in Java. I don't need to add getters and setters. I can add getters and setters, but that will give me the basic ones, so I don't have to define them in the file. I think it's getting mad at me just because I don't have my data source hooked up to IntelliJ. It is. So there's nothing wrong with this file. Alright, let's create our new service related to that. And the RPC service. Checking my emails. Okay. Player service. Let's reference the hero service while I'm doing this. Make sure I'm not missing any steps. So we want the new repository. And we need to auto wire it through the constructor. It's just not going to give me IntelliSense code complete. I don't know why. What about this one? There you go. And I need to extend player service, this one, dot impl base. Okay. And then we want to override. This is where it's lowercase, and it doesn't. That's why I made the other ones lowercase, because I was trying to be consistent, but I don't understand why the Java proto compiler is making these lowercase and the C# one isn't at the beginning. It's not a big deal. It's just an OCD thing. It's kind of annoying. So we have get player by ID was one of them. And that's a player by ID request. And then set up the stream observer with the response, which is a player response object. And I need to import that as well. Okay, this code and the code for the other call will be very similar. So once I get one defined, it'll define the other one fairly quickly. Import my logging stuff because I like to log stuff while I'm, at least while I'm developing. So right now we're getting player by ID. And that'll be request.get player ID. And what we're going to do here is first get the database object. So player DB, import that. Player repository dot find player by ID. I think we might have to define that in the interface. What did I do on the hero service or hero repository? Maybe I'm doing the auto magic stuff. Find by ID, so that should work on this one too. I shouldn't have to. I just had. It's because I put player there. That's what it was. Find by ID. Quest.get player ID. Or else null. And it's getting mad. Provided player. Oh, I see what I did. This has to be player DB. That's gonna get me almost every time because I have these two objects that are very similar. All right, that's good. So now we have the object, but we have to convert it into the RPC object type. So let's first make sure it's not null, and then create this object and use our conversion tool, which we haven't defined yet. Player DB to player. And this will be the player DB getting sent in. So let's create that. Convert player DB to player. We're passing in a player DB. And we're outputting a player object. So player, actually we don't even have to do that. Just do a return. Player dot builder dot set ID set name This is another thing I bet AI could do for me. I'll try that in the future. Maybe I'll do a little bit of theory craft and testing for my next stream. We'll make a note of that because this is time consuming, creating these conversions. Look into AI code generation for converting between entities and gRPC data objects. Set. Let's put it's over here so I have something to reference so I don't miss a field. Kingdom name. This is running extremely slow. I don't know why. Got too much open, I guess. We're skipping over the resources for now. The player resources. I think it'll be fine. I don't think it'll get mad at us because I don't have a way to pull anything back on that yet. I don't know if we would need them at this point. I'm just saying the normal call should return that since it's part of the object. Getting there. I didn't like that one. Provided a string. And if I provided a string, then I entered that wrong in the player database object. It's not supposed to be a string. It's supposed to be an integer. Required type game state. Provided a string. All right. I can't fix that one, but we can wrap it. Okay. We're going to need the opposite conversion too, unfortunately. So we have the player, at least when we're doing the update. We don't have an update yet, so it's fine. Once we define the update functionality, we'll have to define the other conversion from the other direction. So our player response can get created now. Dot builder or new builder. Set player dot build. And then just do that and that. All right. Now we have that one other call for the game ID. Do it real quick. Get player by game ID. And this is a player by game ID request. Good. There's my code completion working every once in a while. It said no to that one until I started typing anyways. And we want to do find by game ID. We might have to define this one. Which should be easy. Should just be able to do public player DB find by game ID. Oh, yeah. Long game ID. And it should auto-magically know how to do that. Still getting mad at me. What is it getting mad for me this time? Okay. Actually, I know why it did that. I should do a optional. Just in case this is null, I might need to do something with it. Now I should be able to do the what I already had, or else null, which is fine for now. All right, the rest of this is a cut and paste from the other one. That was the only line that was different. First couple lines there. All right, cool. So now that we have the player service, we can go back to, oh, I got something wrong here. What did I miss? I think I fixed that and it's not showing up. I don't think it's done the rebuild yet. All right, that's working. Let's go. Let me pull the database back over there. Let's create some test data. We don't really have a way to do it through the game yet, and I don't want to work on that part right now, but that's not a big deal. So what we'll do is just create Bob Bo. This is going to end up being game ID 1 because we haven't created one yet. Game state is combat. Kingdom ID will be 1. All of these will probably be 1s, at least on this initial setup. Once I set up some create and update routine, some of these can auto-populate, but I'm going to do that. All right, so now we have a record in the player table. Now we also need a record in the game table. Bob's game. Time elapsed, we'll just put it at 0. We're not even using that logic yet. I just want to make sure we can grab stuff. All right, so we have data in both of those. We didn't create. Let's create the game service real quick. It should go a little bit quicker because it's not very long. Because we're going to need both of these for what we're working on. Entity table name is game. Data D generated value. Come on, where's my autocomplete? Private long ID. Got too much open. I'm closing all that up. This. Don't know why. Sometimes it doesn't autocomplete. It's annoying. All right, so one of the columns was name. And the other column was time elapsed. That's going to be a long or an integer. I think I defined it as an integer. Okay. I don't think I put repository on my other one. I don't know if it would have auto found it or not. I know Heroes got it. Okay. And we want to add the repository, auto wired. And we want to override. Nope, we didn't extend it yet. Right. To go in the file to make sure. Need to include the game response here. Oh, it's a void. I knew I messed that up. I just couldn't remember what turn type was on those. Just void. Getting game ID. Getting game info for ID. Right. And then we need a game DB object. Repository find by ID. Request. Get game ID. Why? I don't know. Oh. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Just avoiding that for now. Did I mess that up? I'm sure I did. I'm really good at messing that up. Same as last time. I'm gonna do that every single time. Probably. Right, and then yes, I want to include my logging. Sort. And then we got to do our conversion on this one. Don't have that yet, of course. Game DB to game. Game DB. Be nice if I just clicked this and it would generate it, all of it. Is it smart enough? No. Turn game dot new builder. Like, I just want all of those values to just know. At least this one's only got 3 records. And we need a game response object. And the builder for that. Set the game and build it. Okay, we got the game. We have the player objects now on the back end. We have database objects for them. And we have ways to call on those database objects. Let's jump back over to the front end and see if we can't test that. So we did a call here. We're pulling player response, game ID. So let's just do a debug log up here. Nope. Oh my goodness, come on, game. We'll just say, after pulling player, game ID, not game ID, because that's the same. Let's just say player name is, just so we know we pulled it. And let's do this. I mean, this is really all I needed. I didn't need that one up there. Because if it gets here, that means that it's reading that part just fine. But let's say transitioning to combat scene. That'll be a good way to tell if that part's working. And then let's, for now, we're just going to comment that out. I don't want it to actually transition scenes just yet because I haven't built anything out over there yet. Okay, so this is going to happen on click once I set it up. Okay, so for this screen, we're just going to assign this controller script to this base UI object. Now, on some pages, for sure, I'm going to have like sub panels for different UI elements, and that's where the controller objects will normally go. But there's not going to be a lot going on this main start game screen. Especially now, all I have now is one button. So we're going to grab this and drop it on this UI. And then what we can do then is when we go to the button, we should be able to pick that object and drop it there. And pull the controller now, and I can pick the method that I created in my script. So that's one way to do it. You can also set up an event listener on the click event, but this way works fine too. I like this way. Okay. So that should cause the click of the button to trigger the code, which will then trigger a couple debug logs if this is working. So we can go ahead and take the other script off, this test. We don't need that tester script anymore. Let's delete it. And the UI is very basic. You like it? A start game button. Let's go ahead and save everything. If it locks up, I don't want to lose anything. All right, so what we're hoping to see is that those calls to the back end complete and we get the call that says transitioning to combat scene. That's what we're hoping. My little button in the corner. Guess I could put it in the middle. All right, I'm gonna click it. Boo. All right, what did I mess up? Well, I think I know what I did. I know what I did for sure. So, I think this definitely, I'm gonna have to not make these static. They're gonna be a part of the game server instance. I don't know why I was thinking that would work that way. Then on the start method, we need to actually create these clients, because right now we didn't actually do anything. So hero client equals new hero client. Player client equals new player client. And then that's going to adjust some of our code and break it. This now needs to say instance. And then that other test, even though we're not using it, and we're not using it, I'm going to delete it. That's going to be my fix for that one. Let's see if we got rid of all the errors. Let's go. Let me see if I can adjust that button. A little bitty button down in the corner. We can make it a little bigger. So let's click that. Why isn't it showing my... I don't get it. Maybe I should have created a panel. Oh my gosh. Let's make it bigger. And let's change the text. Auto size, max 150. Minimum 10. Spacing. Thank you for following. All right, that's good enough. Oh, this is what happens when you do this stuff in play mode. My goodness, why is this running so slow? All right, I messed up. I was in play mode. It's all right, I can move this stuff real quick. So I want that up there somewhere. I want it a little bit bigger. Centered, which it's usually clicking pretty close there. And on the text, I wanted to auto size it at 150. Yeah, that looks good. All right, now let's see what happens when we click play. Now we've actually generated the client. We're hoping to see that it's transitioning to the combat scene when I click the start game button. All right, what am I missing now? Let's see. It still says it's not. Player client. Get player. Huh. Let me look. So the player client, when it's nude, should be doing this. I didn't see any errors related to that. Oh, I'm an idiot. So this is a mono behavior. I have to place this somewhere in the scene or it's not going to run anything. I'm pretty sure that's the issue anyways. So yeah, I made the network manager object in the game and I never moved my game server over to it. So I was on the right track. I just forgot a step. Oh, now I got to do that again. It keeps running that. Okay. Let's try this again. Trial and error. Eventually it's going to work. Okay, I'm clicking the button. Hey, look at that. So we pulled the data back from the player object and it properly defined which game state we were set that we set in the database. So just to go back here to look at it, in our test data, we set the combat state to get combat. So when the player would load their game, this is an example where the player might be playing on mobile or just reloading a game that they had saved. So it saves the state. So it saved that it was in the combat state. So when the game loads that up, it knows to reload that combat. That's the scene it should be loading. That's where the player should start when they load back into the game. So that is some good progress. All right, let's do... I got a little bit more time before I have to get off here today. So let me try to do... Let me look at my notes real quick and see if I'm even following my little task list I made at all here. Yeah, I mean, that's technically what this one is. There's a lot of additional stuff still on this step. We did get a lot done today. So where did I start? I started right here. So we created all these different objects for the game. And now we're starting to build out the flow to get into the combat scene. I won't say we're actually building the combat scene just yet, but we're getting that flow to get to it. But let's go ahead and switch over to the combat scene and see if we can do at least that next step, which would load the scene and then load combat data. Or at least load something. Maybe we'll just, for now, we'll just have it load the player prefs to prove that it can grab that through the transition. and then reload the player data. So if we try to pull the player data without reloading, we won't have access to the, I mean, we won't know which ID to pull back. So let's see, I want to jump to the scenes. I think I already saved this, but let's double check I saved the scene first. I'm going to the combat scene. And we don't actually have to define anything but an empty object for now. We'll just call this, well, we are going to need the network manager over here. But then let's make another empty, and we'll call this one we'll just call it combat manager for now. And on the network manager, let's not forget to pull over the game server object. And then for the combat manager, let's create a new script. Where do I want to put this one? Where did I put the network? Well, I put the network manager in the network folder. Let's just make a folder for combat. Maybe I'll kind of reverse this even. So like right now I have UI. Maybe each scene will have its own UI folder, and the scripts and stuff tied to it will be in that folder. And then I can have, I mean, some of these will be shared. Networking, of course, is shared. I don't know. I'll think about that. For now, we're going to create another mono behavior called combat manager. And in this class, we want to, nothing on update for now anyways. We want to grab data from player prefs we saved before. We saved on prior screen. We don't know what that prior screen is. We don't care. We just know that when it passes in, we're always going to pass in the combat ID. Which we can double check on this that we created before. You can see here that we're setting the combat ID when the game state is combat. So that's what we're going to grab. So now that we've transitioned to another scene, we lose all of those items and their variables. That's why we're having to grab this on this new scene. So we'll just call this long combat ID equals, let's see if I can remember how to do this, get float combat ID. I don't like strings, but that's just how this works. I love how it does that, but it doesn't have an option to set a long. Is there a set? No. All right, so can I do a conversion? Like a parse. Cannot convert initializer type float. What is the trick in C# to do this? It should be parse float. Nope. I did not mean to do that. Let's undo. No, it doesn't like that either. Parse float. Candidates are parse a string or char. All right. Sorry guys, I gotta do this is a syntax thing with me. Gotta figure out what the right syntax is. How to convert float to long in C#. Explicit casting. I don't know, maybe that's all I need. I don't think so. I think I still have to parse it. Or not. I was wrong. All right, so if we have the combat ID, that's kind of where I'm wanting to end this one, is just to show that we can get to the combat screen and be ready to start loading combat data from this. We should already have the player information at this point. So let's just debug log that out to see if we can get that to work. After combat load, or just combat ID to load. Okay. We just need to make sure we throw the combat manager script onto the object. And then we need to go back to, for our tests, we need to go back to the other scene. So let's save this scene. Go back to our start scene. And I need to edit that one script where I commented out the transitioning to the other scene. I want that to actually happen now, and just make sure it transitions and that it finds the data that we saved in the player prefs variable. That was this one. There we go. That should load the scene. I need to figure out how to add it to the build. I don't have to do that right now, I don't think. Maybe I do. We're going to find out. We are getting close. All right, so when we click start game this time, we should see it should just transition to a blank screen for the combat scene. And we should see our debug saying that it got the player prefs okay. Plus the first couple of debugs were from the first screen. All right, so we got the transitioning, but then we have to add this. So file build profiles is how we do that. We have to add all the scenes. Add open scenes. How do I add an open scene? Okay. Fine, be that way. So we're gonna stop it. Go back, open the combat scene. Go to build profiles. Add. And I don't see a save button, so I guess it's good. I'll go back to this one. Clear the console. Try again. Okay, we're going to start. There we go. Okay, so we hit the backend RPC server, got our data. It realized it should go to the combat scene based on our game state variable, and it loaded the combat scene. And because we dropped that script on there that runs, we also get our debug showing that it has the combat ID that it needs to load once we build that next section out. So, all right, we did good. This has been a good session, a long session, but we got a whole lot done. And the next time I stream, we should be able to actually get something on the screen where it's starting to look like a game. It probably won't be very functional yet, but we've had we've had 3 sessions so far, and they've all been related to just building out a lot of the connections and the game objects that we haven't actually been developing any visuals or gameplay yet. So I think finally this next session we're going to be able to start building that out a little bit. So my plan is probably Sunday-ish. I'm going to be able to get back on here and do a little bit more updates. So I will update my streaming stuff so that shows up. But I do appreciate everybody watching. Thanks, guys. I'm getting off of here now. See you later.